Hello. Alright, I think we're good to go. How is the audio volume? Let me know if it's not too loud. Maybe the in-game sound is a bit too loud. Let's put it down one tick. I think otherwise we're good to go. Alright, well, we just made our level 1 character. We're not gonna use any admin boosted items. So just how a normal person would play the game basically. We're not gonna make an alt for Ringmasters, I think, and we're not gonna do a couple, but you probably should if you are playing. But just to make it easy for me. Alright, let's see what we get from the beginning. So we get ourselves a starting faction box. I believe this contains a fashion set that doesn't give anything, and a cloak that gives a few stats, pretty decent. I don't think Knight has Power Stomp here. No, I don't think so. And then we're gonna get our 7-day picker pet, always useful. These ones we can put over here for now. Actually, we don't need these because they're hotkeyed, so that's okay. Oh wait, we'll get some buff bang buffs. These are beginner buffs available up to level 120. Always useful to get. We don't have any skills yet. We don't have any stats yet. We do want to make a party for ourselves. That's always useful. Any quests we can pick up before we start leveling? I think we can pick up this one. Yes. I believe this one just wants us to have 50 stamina total, which is pretty easy. Alright, let's go and do some leveling, I guess. Put some food on the bar. Should go pretty quickly here. Don't forget to use up it. Got the first few sorry, first few levels out of the way. I see we have a new quest message available. We can check it out later. A few first results are nothing of course. So. This one might be useful. This one might be useful later, but for now just auto attack. We can read the tutorial, but I already know most of it, I think. Oh, sprint, this is a useful buff to have. 30% speed. Alright, some of these. You get the mount at level 20. Just like the flying thing. It's still set to level 20. Alright, level 16 we're gonna get our mercenary gear. And these ones I think we can just delete because we can dismantle them actually. We're gonna pick up the ancient map because we're gonna need it later, and I think we'll go right back to town to get our 2 quests. So let's see. This one just wants us to be level 60, that's fine. Find the ancient map, we did that. That gives us 1 copper bar. Alright, kill some Mias and card puppets. Because if I'm going to put everything in stamina for now because of this quest for later. Welcome back. When do you do the quests? I mean, there's a few quests while leveling up, but aside from that, there's not that many quests to do. Most of the other ones are just repeatable quests. It's basically kind of like missions and stuff like that. Most of the grinding is just leveling up, killing monsters, to be honest. We got our first mercenary skill. I don't think we really need it, but might be used. There's not many mobs here. Maybe we could use a few more. I think auto attacking might. Well, actually, we're gonna do 500 damage. Well, some of the quests are repeatable ones, so it kind of depends on what they require of you. If you get like an item in your inventory like this one that says there's a message from the quest office, let's say, that's kind of like a tutorial quest that's encouraged to do. If you don't get one of these, then it's more like just a bonus repeatable quest or something like that. That's either for later in the game or just optional. Hello. Let's see. Okay, we got our Xomias. We can do the card puppets later. Just continue leveling for now. How's our pet filter set up? I think it's still okay. We do want eggs for now. This uses a lot of mana. 1 extra slot and I'm almost out of mana. Oh, alright, yeah. That's nice, that's nice. So if you skip, there's one item that I'll show you later that is kind of important. You don't want to do from the quest. The other items you get from the quest is just like some extra money, basically. Let me see if I can look it up in the wiki for you. Actually, might as well. Might be easier. So this is an item you can only get from quests. That is relatively important because it gives you 30% boosted experience and 25% speed. So this is the only item that I would recommend really going for, that you can get through the Investigator David quests, basically, which is the one I'm doing right now. Other quests than this you can pretty much skip. But this one is really useful because of the cloak item it gives you. Hey, we've got a better shield. Oh, alright, later. Okay, we've got a new buff. So any of these buffs that I'm getting now, if you just go to chat and write /buff, they'll be automatically included in this command and you'll get all your buff bank buffs plus the ones from your own class included, so you don't have to manually cast them. Yeah, I'll download all the streams are downloaded and then uploaded to the YouTube channel afterwards. So the first two streams we did are already on YouTube, and then this one will be added as well. Alright, we can use the new shields and get a necklace. This is not bad. I think we could kill card puppets now. The map is not very useful actually. I'm gonna open the map. No, you don't have to put them on the bars. I can just remove them and then just use buff only. That's fine. Because we're level 20, we got our mount and our flying device. Our very slow flying device, but that's something. We are not a new server. No, Emerald Flyff was a thing back in 2020 and 2021, and then it took a long break, and now it's back for a kind of like a one-time reunion thing, let's say. Yes, this is the launch XP rate. That's correct. It's a slightly lower than it actually was on V2 launch, I believe, but it's still pretty fast. And it's meant to be pretty fast. Oh, this is a mistake. Oh, thank God I blocked. That's not really better. Maybe I can survive it with rest. Oh yeah, this should be okay. Yeah, I would say if you're like a decently fast leveler, 46 hours is pretty average. The new board is not very fast. If you get like the cosmetic cash shop flying devices are faster than the board, so you can pay for a faster mount and or flying device. I don't remember if there's flying devices in any Penya shops. I might have to check for that actually. When we're back in town. You get some amps from leveling up. So let me just show you here in the level up rewards. I think around 55 you're gonna get free amps. These are the only types of amps that are available, the classic. And then again at 105. And these green tokens that you get, the emerald tokens, you can also buy more amps with these if you need them. But generally speaking, these 6 ones should last you for most of the leveling experience if you use them at the right time. Like the ones you get level 55, I would save them until like level 90 or so or 80. You don't really need them before that. Add some more stamina. We can use shield bash. Is this spammable? It is spammable, I think. It's just better than this one, so. Yeah, and just answering your other questions. You can play with one character, yes, but there are ringmaster buffs and there's couple buffs as well, so it is recommended that you at least make a second character to get ringmaster buffs and get the couple buffs. If you get the VIP item from the cash shop, then you can get ringmaster buffs from the buff command or the buff pang. But you still need to at least have a level 21 couple to make use of the offline couple buff system. So either way you want to have a couple to level 21. Either with a friend or with your own character, it's depending on you. And if I'm still part of the magical team, so yes, I'm still part of the Chronicles of Magical, part owner there, and this is basically like a solo project that I'm doing on the side. With approval of the other admin, of course. I wouldn't do this if he wasn't okay with this. So, but yeah, I will be resuming my work with COM whenever season 2 is like coming closer, basically. At the moment, I'm just doing more like general admin things, but like developmental things, I'm going to be doing that later this year. But at the moment, I have full-time availability to like work on Flyff, so I should be able to be okay with that. The leveling up is pretty fast. Yeah, it should take like 4 to 6 hours to get next level at the launch. So I think within like at least the first day, maybe 2 days, everyone should be close to max level. So we finished our quest. We can go back to town while I check the chat. Yeah, so the VIP does give you Ringmaster and the single wheel poster buff that there is. You do need to have the correct level for it, but they do give you. And the VIP is about 15 euros for 30 days. The max level is 120 Master, so you have 120, then you go down to 60 Master, and then you level up to 120 Master with like reduced EXP rates basically. And a lot of this information is also in the Discord, yeah. Just letting you guys know. Alright, so we completed our stamina quest. We completed our David quest. The next is, I believe, a Darkon quest. So this is reaching level 60, that's fine. And this is Nutty Wheels and a Vault. So I don't think we can kill Nutty Wheels yet, but we should have... Okay, we have a new shield. Get the strength one. We got a new level up set as well, and a new level up weapon. Then we can dismantle anything that's not event reward. We have to delete because we cannot dismantle event reward items. This one we can dismantle. Alright, just doing some organization. This one we can use for now, just to keep the inventory clean. €15 for 30 days, that's correct. 15, yeah. The chances are relatively low because I already announced the release date for in September. Alright, I would like to get the Coral Island ticket, but I don't think I have it yet. When do we get the Coral Island ticket? Level 40. Alright. We can do a little bit of Garden of Rice. Oh, this is a challenge boss. It's 120. Just killing a few guys. Pick up the Sunstone. I don't think I can kill a 120 giant. What other mana? Oh, I saw something about like a refresher somewhere here. Or something. No, it's so you don't need, there's no activation for the extra slot, there's no refresher hold or anything like that. But the mana costs are kind of adjusted to be fair, that you don't spam this 24/7, but also not like too bad that you always out of mana. I think you also receive more mana for like getting strength, for example, as a yeah, you can see I got more mana for getting more strength. So for non-mage classes you get mana based on your damage stat, and for the ones you get based on int. Yeah, the yellow bar at the bottom is our EXP bar. There's a slight downside is that you can't see your exact EXP percentage, but the EXP rate is fast enough that it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, it's part of the design updates. Alright, let's go to Coral Island. Protection is a temporary buff, but we need an X for it to use, but once we're a knight we can use this. Let's give in some normal music for once. There we go. These are pretty high level. Night gaze dance. You mean this one? Well, you know, everyone has their own preference. Let me check. Will there be prestige? What do you mean with prestige? I'm not sure what that refers to. The 50% attack speed lock is when you use the X weapon only. This is so for leveling up with mercenary you get swords, but for X's you get the AoE attack on auto attack and then the 50%. Oh, like that. So we don't have something like that, but we do have like a secondary leveling system, which is the faction leveling system. You don't do that with like leveling up with regular monsters, but through like dungeons and quests and other content, basically. Alright, get the new items. Get rid of the event reward stuff. Alright, let's go get some higher level monsters. Nine level gap for monster. Are you talking about like the level gap for leeching or for like just general grinding? I think there is some kind of reduced damage at higher levels. So if the level gap is too high, you get reduced damage. There's not like a hard cap to the gap, I think, but it just gets higher and higher based on the level difference. And also the damage you take tends to get higher, I believe. Yes, you can do a part. You can make a party solo. You can level it up solo. That's pretty nice. So now there's a pretty big gap now. I think I'm just gonna like. That's not that bad actually. So you can go to a pretty decent gap for leveling up, as long as you have the items required for it. I believe Nutty Wheels are level 54, 55? I need to remember what level Nutty Wheels are. I mean, they might. They don't have any Reduced Windfield, they don't have any like guiding ability, but Elementals are still pretty good at leveling up. So we can use the ring for some extra dex. Yeah, they actually have a different auto attack animation cycle, the mercenaries here, and I think the axes as well. The VIP benefits, 1 second, it's quite a long list. Oh, it doesn't say it here. Great. So the main thing that you get from VIP is 10% cheaper entry for dungeons. You get the couple buffs automatically, even with your other couple not being online. You get Ringmaster and BP buffs in the buff command. You get 25% more experience for leveling. You get 50% more pet experience for leveling. You get 50% more party EXP contribution. 50% more guild EXP contribution. You're gonna get faster upgrading animations and crafting animations. You're gonna get the golden name and icon next to your name. You also get, I think, 20% or 25% more faction reputation. You also don't get like the penya dropping on the floor anymore, but instead they go automatically to your inventory, which makes it easier to pick up big groups of items from the floor because there's less stuff on the ground. No, the icon and the name is locked at the moment. There's no options to really change that. So yeah, that's kind of the summary of the VIP. I might have forgotten some things, but those are like the main things, I believe. I think we can do our quest. Yes, so the 7-day VIP you can get if you participate in Secret Room. I can show this off real quick. So over here, once a week, the Secret Room will be opened. It's pretty difficult, so it's meant for like 120 master max. Yeah, the master and hero icon is also locked to your name, unfortunately. I mean, maybe I can disable it with like a check or something, but I'll think about it. So here's the secret room options, and you can buy some items from the secret room. The main thing you're gonna get is these secret flowers, and the total amount of flowers you get for winning secret room for 1 week is 135. So you can buy a 7-day VIP once a week by winning secret room. If you don't win, you can just save up your flowers, and maybe like in 2 weeks you get 7 days of VIP for free. Or you can also buy some of these items, or you can sell them to the NPC for money, just for like a little penya bonus, let's say. I think you get around 10 parents for winning secret room if you just sell to the NPC, but the VIP is also nice for free-to-play players. I might have need to update the description. That's an issue on my part. Let me actually write that down so I don't forget about it. Alright, while we're here, we can get a new shield, dismantle some of our things. Any quests that we can complete? Oh yeah, we can do this one. Crafting manager. This one just tells you about like dismantling and crafting if you forget about it. And you get some scrap. And that's about it. Pretty optional, but it's just kind of there as like a tutorial thing. We do not have a battle pass. I think the participants in Secret Room is just your entire guild, I think. I don't think there's like a limit, but let me double check in the file. I don't think. I mean, there's a maximum of 15 guilds. I think it says here maximum 8 people per guild, I think, yeah. So it's 8 people per guild. Which I probably can increase. I can probably make it like 16 to be honest. I'll think about that. Because I might have to rebalance the numbers in that case. Because I think more than 8 could be fun for bigger guilds. But if it's too much, then it's also unfair for smaller guilds. So maybe 12 is decent, nice in between. I'll have to think about that and discuss with my testers and my feedback group, let's say. Alright, we're gonna go to the nutty wheels. Do we need a multi-client and have a healer? So for dungeons itself, you would probably never need a multi-client, because if you enter the same dungeon with 2 clients, your energy cost is deducted twice and it's shared between your characters, and you get single drops. So you're paying double for no benefit, basically. You can use a ringmaster just as like a couple / buffer person if you don't want to buy the VIP. So that would be a recommended thing. But for inside dungeons, you would only need 1 character only, basically. 57. That's okay, I think. We need to do small ones. It is useful to get a healer in general in your dungeons and a tanker, but it shouldn't be your own characters. You should have like a group, basically. Maybe with your guild or parties. Not every dungeon always needs a tank and a healer. It really depends on the difficulty on the dungeon itself. There's also some dungeons that are solo only, that you can only do alone, so you should be fine with that. This one is located somewhere in France, basically. Probably want to add some more stamina for an AoE later, but that's for later on. Sneaker is only for PvP really. Are we level 20 party yet? We are. Which means we can get things. Gives us a good 15% more damage. At this point it's not that much, but it does stack up. Is it the wrong type? No, it's always static 15%. And you don't need the red scroll to get the damage effect yourself, but you need the red scroll to kind of spread the effect to other people who are far away from each other. Thanks, I guess. There's no AFK activities like collecting now. Alright, we can move up. I hope so, yeah. I mean, people enjoyed it in the past, so I hope they all enjoy it again. And for those who didn't play in the past, it might be a nice chance to try it out. We don't need intelligence. The rest is fine. Can we do small vaults already? 61. I mean, it's a stretch, but I think we can do it. Alright. Oh, the grown tree. So this is kind of like an extra thing you can farm to drop some materials, but I think I need to rebalance what they drop, because once you unlock the crystal mines, you're going to get so many more of these that the trees become kind of worthless. So I'm thinking of rebalancing whatever these guys drop. I'll make a note of that so I don't forget. Rebalance tree drops. Yeah, but like the crystal mines dungeon drops like so many of these materials that the trees are kind of worthless at the moment. So we might just adjust them for something else. What are the costs to run the server? Are you talking about like just the hosting or just like everything combined? Because hosting on average is probably like anywhere between 75 euros a month to like 300, depending on how big your architecture is. Maybe even more if you have like a lot of machines and big machines. If you buy like the minimum cheapest machine that can run Flyff, it's like 75 a month. But I recommend getting at least like something a bit higher. So like maybe 100, 120 a month. But then you're also paying for like advertisements, also paying for like trash logging services at the moment. So it kind of adds up over time. And then of course the work effort, the work hours you put into the server yourself as admin or developer also counts for something. And then you have, of course, maybe you hire people for the server. So you can run a Flyff server very cheap, or you can run it very expensive. It kind of depends on how you approach it and how much you value your own time as well. I mean, I could, but like There's a bunch of them. And there's also a bunch of in-game sets that you can buy. I can show you later as well. Um, but I think most of that you have to do alone once the server's up. You can once you're in game, you can just open the wiki and then you can just go to like fashion, and then like all the fashion here, and then you can just like open it in the model viewer and do all the fun stuff, you know. But there's a bunch of stuff that it will take me forever to show. Black and grey mummy set. I don't think I'm going to add any more fashion for now, but who knows. Let's go one more level and we add 10 stamina. Oh, this is an improvement, so we can grab that. We can keep this one because it's studded. Keep pressing the wrong hotkey. One more. Alright. Blade and Magician. We don't need those. Wait, I might not. Oh, I should be buying this one. Probably not gonna be doing a stream for every class, just because I don't think I'll have the time for it. I might do like 1 or 2 more streams between now and the launch. It really depends on how busy I am with things. At the moment I'm not super busy with active to-do list stuff, and these streams help me make a new to-do list of things because I see different things I want to adjust, or people ask something and they remind me of something I want to change. Things like that. The XP rate I think is like 60-ish or 50-ish times the default Flyff XP rate. Yeah. Awakenings, I believe you can only do it at the NPC here. I don't think you can awaken on the go. No, I don't think so. And the price of awakening changes based on the level of the item, so I can already craft my garden axe for later, for example. I haven't made any like official kind of like partner program concept, so I might have to think about what I can do. Could be interesting, but I need to think of like something that's fair and also not too abusable, I guess. So I can awake my axe, for example, 50k. Let's do that, it's alright. I think if it's this one, oh, this one's the same price, but you'll see later on, like if it's higher level, it'll be more expensive to level things up. Well, the Coral Island doesn't really need more channels because you're only in it for a very short time. I believe Ezria has 2 channels at the moment, and there's also 2 channels at launch, so there's going to be channel 1, channel 2, so that's 4 channels in total. I hope that will be enough for now, but we might add like a 3rd VIP channel actually, that's possible as well. What were we doing? We need to kill scarab Sparkly bombs, okay. We can actually go back to Coral Island, level to like level 65, and then we'll go to Darkon. The mount, I mean the mount is not that special. I can't, this is no fly zone. It's just the fox. I don't know why this is the default mount in like both of my servers. I wonder if this is like the default mount edge everywhere. There are also there's a few premium mounts, not that many. I think I've been like 8 or so. Yeah, well, like 10, I guess. This is also the premium mount. This is the beginner mount. I have this one. I have this one. We have a camel, bird, scorpion. I think these are like World of Warcraft mounts. This one, monkey, and these. And they do have a faster speed than the default mount, so. And there's a bunch of flying stuff as well. I don't think there's a category for flying things, so you might have to look it up yourself. I probably should have given them better names than just premium mount plus number. Maybe I'll look at updating the names for that. It's a little bit silly. Oh, use link attack, of course. Kinda do low damage because I invested a lot in stamina, unfortunately. You mean like the streaming partnership? I have to think about that. I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but maybe. And to see what I can do. I think there's a promo code system on the website. I could make like dedicated streamer promo codes, for example, or something like that, so that people have a reason to come into your channel. Although I can't really like, you can't really stop people from just going in and then taking the code and leaving again, I guess. So that's also a thing. Ooh. Another shield and some stamina. Resetting, you can buy a reset scroll from the Peña NPC. I think it's like 1.5 million to reset, which is not super cheap, but also not that expensive. The leveling is kind of slowing down, but I don't want to use my amp quite yet, so I'm just going to take it out slow and get for the last few levels here. The last few levels before level 60 are always kind of struggling because you're kind of like at the cap of your power level until you get to the next job. Unfortunately. Sorry. Yes, that's correct. This is the same with the couple buff from the VIP. You can log out your second character, and as long as your couple is of a level where you get buffs, you will get the buffs. But you still have to level it up, of course. You don't get like the max couple buffs by default. No, we removed the collector field in this version. So in original Emerald, there were collectors, but I removed it because I do not like the AFK system. I think I'll opening registrations about a week before the launch, because if I do it now, then everyone can just log into the test server. Because the test server is the same as the official live servers. So that's why it's basically closed at the moment. Um, Otherwise, people can just log in. Yeah, there's no way to see your current percentage of experience due to the UI changes. I thought about finding a way to put them in the UI, like here, but then I decided to change this to the mail button instead. Which I think I might have to change the icon for, but this is like your quick mail basically. So you can like send and do your mail stuff. That's good. That's the same. Yeah, I could add it like somewhere here for sure. Although it's a bit big to keep this open all the time, but I don't mind like adding it like below the name for symbol. Let me write it down so I don't forget. I mean, I don't know if I can add it here maybe. There isn't much space visually to edit or be kind of like jammed in. You cannot mass dismantle, no, but if you open the menu, then if you just right click an item, it will instantly dismantle, so you can just like spam right click real quick and then you'll dismantle them very quickly within like a few seconds. I mean, you could add it like here, but it's so thin that you can't really read it. That's fine, I already did the shield. It just adds so much more defense. All for the example. Let's kinda slow the XP because these guys are so low level compared to me. We need to go to the higher guys. Corner of the skill bar. You mean like here or something? I mean, yeah, maybe there's different size taskbars based on the resolution you're using. So that might be dependent on the resolution actually, but I have to think about it. You can use lucky drop as well, 5% more chance to get a drop, always useful. I like to put it here, like just if you want to check. Next to wolf head. Yeah, like here. I mean, I could even put it like in the name itself, but I'm not too sure about that either. Yeah, you could go to high level monsters because these are pretty low level compared to me. I can probably kill like level 67s. Or you can use some apps. It's like it triggers the Japanese language thing. It's like a voice line that triggers when you use a skill basically. And there's a few different variations based on the type of skill. Yeah, there's a few NPC power-ups. I think you can buy upgrade stones and grilled eel. The other ones are usually craftable, like in the alchemy tab here. So you have some potions, healing potions, some flasks and elixirs, which is a stronger version of the flasks. And for these you need recipe drops that drop in dungeons. Yeah, grilled eel and upgrade stone you can buy from the NPC. No, it's a fixed version. We are knights. But we need to level up one more time to get our level, our gear, but we at least use our Guardian X. So now we can AoE with our auto attacks. And we also have, okay, this is Sweeping Slash. Sword Mount, this is for swords only. Carrier bombs are level 70 something, so I think we need to level a little bit more. We should be using actual food, not these chocolates, because the chocolates are really bad. So now we're gonna get good healing. And we can tank a bunch of guys. And we can just smack them together. So generally speaking, the AoE spell at 65 is stronger than the other attacks, but this one is just kind of fun to use, to be honest. And it can crit, which is kind of cool. I'm dying. There we go. Then we get our 60 set. Gives us some more critical chance, strength, HP. Should make us nice and strong. This one we don't need. Yeah. So no, Blade has a different auto attack. Yeah. Yeah, I mean this is kind of like the unique feature of the knight. In Emerald, I like to occasionally add like a little bit of like quirky, unique features to classes. They might not always be the best option for the class, but I think it's just kind of fun to have as a gimmick, let's say. And you know, even if you don't use it all the time, it's fine because it's just kind of cool. What's my free spell? Oh, this is a Vagrant spell for like self-healing. So the potions of healing, I'm using the low ones. They give me 1500 healing once per second, and then the rest spell gives you an additional 1000 healing for 8 seconds. So when I use them together, I get 2.5k health back every second. As passive healing, basically, for the duration of the two combined. It's kind of like a self-heal, basically, to keep going. Ooh, double earring. Also, we got our Azure ticket, which is nice. Oh, we are level 60, so we can accept our quest. Forgot about that. There is an F tool, yes, you can use the in-game F tool if you would like. For automatically healing or automatically using your potion, for example. Alright, this one is done. Let's see if we can do the carrier bombs quickly, hopefully without dying. Darkon City is the quickest way to get there. Zoom in on the egg. Sure. It's a little like dragon egg with a shield. The pets themselves are still the E5 pets. I believe in the first version of Emerald V1, all the pets had custom models as well, and I think in V2 I went back to like the default pet models, just cause I guess. So this might be kind of tough, but that level 73, so it's 11 levels. Oh, now that I have an X, I can also use protection, which gives me 1 hour of 5 physical defense. Oh, it's actually active already, which is pretty good. Oh yeah, this is painful. Can we even do this? I mean, it's only 15 of them just to do the quest, and then we can go to Ezria. Once you get to Ezria and like, I'm gonna go like do full AoEs, I'll probably die a bunch more. But to be honest, Psykeeper was quite difficult to AoE because not only is the AoE damage quite low, it's already buffed in the current version of the server. It's also just like you're not very tanky and you have to do melee range. So Psykeeper already had some balance adjustments based on the stream and also the DPS test that I did a few days ago. Oh, this is pretty good. Critical chance. I can't switch equipment while in combat. Alright. Okay. So the main skill we're aiming for is the AoE spell. Maybe ground slam. This is for swords only. And then, you know, from there on we go forwards. Well, I nerfed the 1v1 damage of Psykeeper and buffed the AoE damage. Because the 1v1 damage was too high. So, there's that. So it's not just buffing mages. I'll drop a new shield for sure, right? Surely. Maybe I'm faster if I do this. Not really. Yeah, the mob density of a lot of magical overworld monsters are quite bad because most of the leveling is intended to be either in Ezria, Coral Island or Forsaken Tower, to be honest. You're not going to spend much time here, I think, except for the quest stuff. So, stat-wise or like... Oh shit, oh no, this is bad. There's no real difference between the factions stat-wise, it's just more of like a vibe difference, I would say. So like whichever faction is winning or whichever faction... Oh god. Yeah, don't do two at once. It doesn't really matter which faction you choose because even if you're winning or losing you get bonus stats. And the buffs you get from your faction level are the same. What might be nice if like you are playing with your friends or with a guild together, you want to use the same faction for like the battlegrounds and stuff like that. That's really the main difference, but aside from that, there is no discernible difference between them that would sway your decision to where you want to join. You get a different fashion set at the beginning, that's about it. But yeah. Yeah, I need to use my party skills, that's right. Are we gift box ready yet? One more level. Oh, we already have enough for the quest. You didn't tell me. Alright, so now we do the last part of our David quest, which means we can craft our backpack. We get the old backpack, we put in some corrupted souls and a shadow blade, and then we got our special backpack. Alright, and we got a decent shield as well, which is too low level to use. Put this away. We also got a gold bar and some other stuff, so we're gonna sell those to the NPC. Copper bar 750k, silver bar 3.5 mil, gold bar 7.5 mil. Pretty decent stuff. Alright, I think we can do some Azure. 73, it's a bit rough, but we can start 1v1ing, I think. Make sure we're buffed. Floating trees. Maybe we could do small groups. Yeah, that's alright. I might add like a third Azure channel. Maybe like a VIP only one. If it's gonna be busy, because it might be busier than I expect on launch, so I'll make a note for that as well. Because there's also a third Josiah channel for VIP, so it makes sense to have it for S3 as well. Okay, so now we're level 65, so we can get our AoE spell. Let's compare the damage. So auto attacks do what? 2.75 and 4k crits. What does the spell do? 12k. Okay, yeah, so we used the spell, I think. The spell is always going to do a lot more damage, especially early on, because it has high base damage. So we're gonna destroy some monsters with that. There we go. This is pretty normal, like at the beginning, like your early game spells will do lots of damage because they have a pretty decent base damage included, and once you get more geared it kind of like balances out. But even like at endgame, this spell is your main DPS for AoE, so you might use auto attacks for pulling and then continue with the spell. Yeah, we can go for the Demolition Ring. This one's level 75. This one gives stats. I don't think I'm going to increase the spawn rate, at least in like Azure and stuff. I'm pretty happy with the sizes. Probably going to add a second channel or an additional channel, but pretty happy with the rest for now. I mean, it'll be busy at the beginning, but it will take like 2 days before it's less busy again. So, and it does increase the server performance. Like, it takes quite a lot of performance to have a bunch of mobs in your server all the time. So, ideally want to save some of that processing power, especially if it's only like a limited gain. Why is my health so low? Can we do these guys? Ow. Oh, no, we cannot. Ignore that. Strength and dex. Dex and stamina. Probably one of strength, I think. Let's stick with the regular ones for now. Oh, nice right there. Oh, at level 70 we can use on your shield. I don't need that. Ow. I mean, I believe in terms of AoE DPS, let me check. So Knight with the axe has slightly more AoE DPS than the Knight with the sword, but they both use the same skill, so. And it's pretty much the second highest AoE DPS after Bill Poster, because Bill Poster has the super fast magic casting AoE, of course. So in terms of AoE damage, Knight is pretty much second best, I would say. Maybe Psykeeper with the recent changes is pretty decent too, but they'll have... That's with the debuff included, I guess, yeah. But Knight has better tankability, of course, so... The damage is pretty good. But, yeah... The BP is just good because it's super fast, basically, so... Even if the individual damage of the skill is like a bit lower, the casting speed is just so fast because of it being magic. But it's also melee, so you have to be tanky as well to make use of it. Ringmaster AoE DPS is kind of bad because it's like a damage over time AoE. But you can hit and run with it pretty well, so that's a nice benefit. Ringmaster 1v1 DPS with the auto attacks is actually pretty good because of Holy Cross. So Ringmasters are more of a 1v1 class than an AoE class. Oh, I'm using the wrong skills. I mean, I can pick up the other blue weapons, but they don't drop it often, so I'm just kind of lazy. But yeah, you should pick them for scrap, I guess. I can probably do the mutants ones now, right? Oh, oops. Oh, they still hurt a lot. Oh no! That's not good. I thought that was fine, the AoE. What the hell happened? Alright. Take more stamina. Oh, don't dismantle it. There we go. This one we can't use yet. What pet did we get? The Griffin. Don't really need a Griffin, to be honest, so 14 stat points. Add some stamina, add some strength. Yeah, I think we can use the amps now, because we're decently leveled, we have a good setup. So let's use the amps, and then also we can use an upgrade stone. Just make it go a little bit quicker. Yeah, with the amp is pretty good. Just the mutant spawner is not the best, I think. We could also go to Forsaken Tower. $75 or 76 technically. Use this. Sure, do this quest. It's the EXP same here, and T2. What is T2? Not sure what that means. Alright, let's upgrade our weapons. Historic X. Strength. Yeah, we don't need the reflect damage, it's fine. We can actually upgrade it like a little bit. We don't need save upgrade, just do +3. Oh, as tower, yeah. I don't know if SA XP is higher than tower, because I think it by default it is slightly higher EXP or just easier to kill. I haven't really adjusted that myself, so it will depend on the Flyff files what they are. Can we upgrade our armor as well? But this one sucks, I like this one more. We can make it +3 for now, because we're going to stick with this for a while, so... I know we're kind of wasting our amp here, but that's fine. It's just for the stream, come on. Oh. Alright. We can try B2 for a little bit. Oh, we got round stamp, nice. No, I'll be fine. These are like 74. Ow. I can just one-tap these guys. No worries. I mean, I'm kind of the same level as them, so it's actually not that impressive, but... Can probably go to the captains here, I think. 84. Yeah, it might be difficult to level up here if they hit harder, that's true. The benefit is here that there's an easier level range, I guess. It depends on the class. Not every class has like a direct upgrade between every set. So you might want to check the sets in the wiki, see which ones you want to use, which ones you want to skip. Because sometimes it's just better to skip because the stat gain is not really worth it. That damage is insane. Wait, we're not using linked attack. With linked attack, do we just one shit one? Oh no, not that. Okay. The whole spawn is just gone. Okay, I think we have enough X for now. Where's the pet filter? Get rid of all of these. Get a new shield. This is party EXP, not the stacking one. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong hotkeys a lot. I mean, I tested the AoE DPS at like max 120 gear, and I'm happy with the numbers at that level. So that just means that like currently the damage is okay, but like once everyone is like at equal max gear, I'm pretty happy with the damage numbers. So the rates that you see now is the live rates basically. This is we're testing on live rates. I mean, it's nice to have like some moments where you just feel like you're OP, I think, especially doing like leveling, because it doesn't really matter that much if you're OP while leveling. It just feels nice. Oh my god, my cast didn't go off in time. I pressed the button. We can do B3, I think. We're getting a lot of drops. Any improvements? +6. Which one's +6? This one. The jewelry I cannot quick dismantle because I upgraded sadly. But yes. Will BJ be a viable option? I don't think so, no. You don't need to play Bow Jester. You can just play regular Ranger, to be honest. Ranger does have AoE skills. Yeah, they have Ice Arrow and Hail of Arrows. That's the main AoE spells they have. I don't think they have Fire Arrow, but Hail of Arrows is a very short cooldown, so you can kind of spam that. We're running low on mana here. Because we're not doing the traditional type of AoEing. '89. This one is a level 75 set. Just gonna skip that. If you want to play Bowjaster. I mean, let me just check. Acrobat. I mean, so you can play bows with Jester up until Legendary Golden. But once you get to the dungeon drops, it's not going to be a ranger job. So then you can't really use bows anymore. So I mean, you could do it like while leveling, I guess. But it kind of stops there. We can do 5 more stamina and some strength. How much stronger is Knight at tanking? So I think Knight has like maybe 10% more health per stamina compared to other classes. So that's a big benefit. So they get some more health. Then they do a few like self buffs that helps them give more defense. So they have the protection, which gives them 5 physical defense. Banner of Command gives them another 10 temporarily. And the shield stats from the drops in the dungeons, for example, where is it? The bloody shield here gives some extra HP, but then also the historic shield in Eminence is the best one, gives you 5 defense and 5 block rate. But the benefit of the Ringmaster is the self-healing abilities, of course. So in pure tankiness, the Knight will always win. But because you can self-heal with the Ringmaster as well, you can get pretty far with it, to be honest. Unicorn, that's not bad. Some health. Would probably prefer like a lion or a tiger, but I am not full strength. No, I got like 125 stamina and 200 strength, so I'm like, let's say 30% stamina, 70% strength or so. So I could be doing more damage if I was full strength. Ironically. But the damage of the skill is pretty static. It's not gonna go up that much unless I gear really hardly. I mean, that was a thing in previous MMO iterations, and I was kind of broken. So, which one of these shields do I want? This one gives free stamina. Do we have any level 90 set parts? No. can probably go back to Ezra now. Switch it up a bit. Yeah, these do less damage than the Forsaken Tower monsters, even though they're higher level, so... Ezra is definitely easier to at least level up into. That's actually a good point, yeah. I should be keeping the level 75 to potentially craft a 90. Let me just see if 90 armor is decent. 5 physical defense, 15% attack, 27 strength. Yeah, I mean I lose some critical chance, lose some HP, but might go for that. At level 90 we can also make our Angel Axe. Maybe we'll even upgrade, we can upgrade a little bit further even, but it's really needed. We are quite powerful already, to be honest. So. I imagine even like for 1v1 DPS, just spamming the skill is gonna be better than auto attacking, but that's kind of normal, especially for Knight X, for X Knight. I think for sword maybe it'll be better. Oh, so you get some good weapons. Yeah, I think the defense calculations are the same as in normal Flyff. I don't think it's customized, but it would still help a decent amount. Our level 90. Do we have set parts? I can use this and get like 30 minutes of skills. We do not have set parts. So the main thing you have to do is just upgrade it and pierce it again, basically, because the modifications are shared. So ultimate upgrading is pretty expensive, so it will cost you a bit, but it's kind of like how Blade needs to upgrade 2 weapons technically, I guess, in a similar way. So it's an extra cost for sure, but it's kind of like the downside of playing Knight, I guess. The spawn will be the same, but there will be 2 channels and multiple channels. Each channel will have multiple Ezra channels, so it should be okay, I think. Together with the options, because there will be 2 server channels, each with their own Forsaken Tower. Then there will be like 2 to 3 Ezra channels on each channel, so that's like 6 plus 2 is like 8 different spaces to go. So this is not even that good for me, but that's more base damage as well. Yeah, you'd need like a sword and an axe and a shield basically. That's that is the case. We could probably go to Princess. Do I want to use the earrings? I mean, this is a good amount of defense. And why not? Why not? There's a decent spot here. Oh my god. Well, you can use the same AoE spell with like this one, the spammable one. You can use it with sword as well. But if you're going to like be a tank for dungeons, then you want to use the shield because it gives you more stats. Or you could do like a hybrid build, to be honest, so you don't have to go full tank. So you can just use the sword as well. And use the same AoE spell. You just lose the auto attack options, I guess. We can use ban of command. The 1v1 damage. Let me check. The 1v1 damage for sword is alright. For axe is kind of bad. It's still relatively low, I would say, compared to most other classes. So it doesn't have super high 1v1 damage, unfortunately. Did my pet die? Yeah, there's 0 lives left. I wouldn't say it's bad. I mean, it does have some good debuffs, which is nice to have, to be honest. Oh, I don't have buffs, speaking of. But if you're going for like a pure DPS, Blade or Jester will probably do a bit more. But of course you have the added bonus of being more tanky even in your DPS build, which is kind of factored in, I guess. No night parts to be found there. You can max level in a day. Yes. Oh yeah. Just describe it. That's not to assume. Yeah. So you'll be spending not that much time leveling, and then you'll be spending lots of time doing dungeons and side content, like world bosses, PvP stuff. There are some special giants you can farm in the world map as well. If you can find them, that is. They're quite challenging. And there's of course the Penya farming as well, which is always enjoyable or not, depending on your preference. We're not dropping any night parts, are we? I think it's just time to go craft them. Take the L. How much can it be? We have 200 scrap. No, I don't think I'll re-enable the wiki on the website because I have to just do a bunch of coding to fix it, and it's not very beneficial. There's no professions like there's in medical. What you could do aside from the dungeons, the main things would be either farming in like Forsaken Tower or Azria, doing the Penya dungeon. There's like some special 120 more difficult giants that you can hunt as well. You can also hunt the regular giants for like emerald tokens or bar drops. It's a bit rare to get the drops, but you can do them. Oh my god, this is expensive. 50 each. Oh, I don't have enough. Yeah, aside from that, there's the PvP stuff, but not everyone likes the PvP. And then there's a world boss every 2 hours. I guess we'll use this crappy set for now. Great. So every 2 hours there's a world boss you can kill as well with the rest of the server. There might be like ongoing events also that keep you busy. I haven't thought about which events to run yet during the server, but there'll probably be some. Yeah, but your main entertainment will probably be the dungeons, I would say. Oh, I'm stuck. There's also the faction battlegrounds, which is kind of like a mixed PvP and PvE area. Which could also be fun. You can hunt some special giants there, some bosses, or get attacked by other faction members, which is interesting. Yeah, I probably will be running some of these like monster hunting events or like some kind of similar things. Maybe not like on the launch date, but maybe like a week or two after launch. It's like a good time to enable one of those. Level 96 already, it's going fast. How long have you been playing? Like what, 1.5 hours or so? My leveling hasn't been optimal because I've died a few times, but it's going pretty well. Two hours. Well, the server uptime is 2 hours on the stream, but I was like AFK on the stream for at least 30 minutes. You know. Yeah, I need more scrap. But at this stage we can like AoE farm pretty easily. So we should be getting a bunch of items. Oh, we got suit at least, that's good, that's one item, it's 50 less scrap required. So we need, I guess we can make it now, right? Because we need 3 parts and then another one we can wear. No, close this one. 3 times 50, yeah, we have enough. Helmet. Yeah, I can definitely, I can exchange it. Um, just do like this. Gauntlets. Let's have to make this one +3, and then boots. Alright, we used all our scrap. Let's go upgrade a little bit. Awake them. Yeah, we can awaken them. It's gonna be more expensive now because it's higher level. But so be it, I guess. Add some more stamina, add some more strength. Alright. How much is it gonna be costing me? 100k each. That's still affordable. 10 stamina. I'm pretty happy with that. Defense. Yeah, it's fine. This one we can do a bit better. Casting speed, we don't need casting speed. Oh, attack and critical chance, that's nice. Critical chance, nah. Speed could be good. Yeah, the awakening cost scales based on the level of the item. So later on it'll be like 500k, then like 1 million at like endgame stuff basically. What do we need? Strength and stamina and critical chance, that's good. How are we on stats? 40% critical chance. Alright. We can put some piercings as well, I think. Maybe some upgrades. So how much can we spend here? Do like 10 each. It's kind of all of our beginner money gone, but it should be fine, I think. Oh, oops, I clicked away. Not sure if that was worth the money. How weird is with piercings? Alright, 4 is pretty decent. We can put stamina +4. Oh, it's a lot of stamina. Maybe we should lower that a little bit. Critical damage +2. I mean, we can go for the damage. I don't think this. I think it's meant to give 2 stamina, not 4. Probably need to check that. Because there might be a little bit too much stamina on these cards. Because all the other ones give +2, right? Yeah. Yes. Slow that to the appropriate amount, I think. There we go. Alright. Oh, we need to make a set +3. Let's go back to Forsaken Tower for a bit. These guys are 98. These guys are 100. Oh, we can tank so many guys now. And then we use this skill. And it drops to 400 damage per hit. Oh, that's very nice. We start tanking now. Well, that's because we just upgraded our gear a bunch, so we got some more defense. We now have 1000 defense, also because of the awakes. So I think that's a big contributor. So what we have, we got 5 physical defense from the set itself. There's a few red mobs here and there. And then we got this 75 defense on this awakening here as well. We got some stamina from the awakenings. So altogether we now have 10 physical defense, which gives us 9% reduced damage. Then I use this, which is not 10 added. Probably gives us about 18% reduced damage for a short duration at least. So that's why it's a lot better now. Of course, this other skill is only like 8 seconds long, so yeah. I think we had like 600 defense before the set change, and now we have like 1000, so basically doubled our defense. Pretty good. Yeah, the reason it's not like one-on-one is just because of diminishing returns. Basically, the more you have, the less effective your next percentage will be. It's just kind of like a balancing out thing. Yeah, we can do well here. And of course the block rate also helps. Will it ever soon? Oh yeah, 105. Holy Feather is so good because it also works on skills. It just gives you like 15% more damage basically. It's a castable buff that you cast on yourself or other people. I don't think I'm going to do a stream for each class, but whenever I do a stream I try to play a different class I haven't streamed yet. So we've done one on Jester and one on Psykeeper. The Jester one wasn't really a leveling one, just like a dungeon one. And both of those are on YouTube, and this one is going to be a night one. So if I do another stream after this, it will be a different class, but I probably won't do one exactly for every class, because I don't know if I have the time to do all those streams basically. I mean, if there's a class that people want to see very desperately, I could play that one, but it just depends on my availability. I could probably do at least like 1 or 2 more streams before the release, but it kind of depends. See if we can at least make it to 120 this stream. Just the last few levels are kind of struggling usually, like 115 to 120 is kind of a pain. going pretty well. Oh, our inventory is very full. Stamina, dex. Oh, we can't use it yet. 105. Did we get any 105 armor parts yet? No, doesn't look like it. And we are maxed out on rings, I believe. Plus 9s. Yeah, we want to use the well, let's go full defense. Get rid of these. Back to 100 scrap. Why are you not at Mammoths now? I just like being in tower. The whiteness of Ayrshire sometimes kind of hurts my eyes. So I'm personally always been like a Forsaken Tower kind of guy, because I was too poor to be in Ayrshire when I played official Flyff when I was like 12 years old. So that's why I'm always leaning more towards Forsaken Tower. Yeah. But like EXP wise, both of them are pretty much fine. I think Forsaken Tower is just slightly more difficult damage wise, but as a knight I don't seem to have that problem. And I guess the benefit is also you can move up to the next monster level a bit easier. You can probably go to B5 soon. Maybe go to captains first. Oh. Oh, it is a 105 set. That's pretty decent. Not amazing, but it gives a little bit of everything. Oh, I didn't even see Dory was here. Hello. I think they both drop 105 and 90 sets combined. It's kind of like an overlap, so I don't know the exact range of when the 90 sets stop dropping. I think at this level range they both drop, so it doesn't matter too much. I think at 103 we can go to B5. Oh. So VIP gives you 25% bonus experience, so you level up a little bit faster with VIP. I mean to buy it before leveling. What do you mean to buy it before leveling? The max level is 120 master, so after we go to 120 we have to drop down to 60 master and then do it all again up to 120 again. But yeah, if you're going to get the VIP, you might as well get it at the beginning because there's no reason to really wait, I guess. You also get the ringmaster burst while leveling, so it's also kind of nice. which I do not have at the moment. I would be even more tankier if I had the Ringmaster burst, which would be pretty insane. Okay, I might have taken a bit too many. That's okay. We got our slow down skill, which is pretty good, keeping them at bay. Oh, that one is in the wrong position. Ow. So yeah, now our damage is kinda lowering off now. Our AoE spells are no longer two-shotting the monsters, unfortunately. As we level up, we kinda like equalize in how strong the skills are. I mean, there's no third jobs in Emerald, there's only second jobs, but there are Arcanist skills on the elemental skills. So in that sense, it's kind of there, I guess. But yeah, you stay hero basically forever, even in the expansions. There's no third jobs, but because all the skills in Emerald are different anyway, doesn't really matter that there's no third jobs, because all the skills are kind of custom. So now our auto attacks are doing 7k crits and our skills are doing 14k. So while the skill is still doing more damage, our auto attacks are kind of catching up a little bit compared to at level 65. If you make a Ringmaster alt, do the buff last 1 hour? I think it's 1 hour base time plus some additional time with the int, but it's generally speaking 1 hour, yeah. I do think they scale with int a little bit, but because the base time is 1 hour, it's already long enough for most cases. Oh, we are 1 of 5. We can get our legendary golden weapon. Get that in a second after this AoE. Alright. And we can use our shield, I think. Free stamina. Okay, we got 3 parts of the 1 of 5 set. We'll be using that eventually. We're just gonna lock them so I don't accidentally dismantle these. Let's go get the legendary golden axe, which gives me 20 strength, 5% attack and 5 block piercing. Actually not that great of a stat, to be honest, but the base damage itself is just worth it, you know. What's the best one-on-one leveling? So in general, area of effect or AoE leveling is always faster than one-on-one. That's just how it is in Flyff, really. There's almost no way you can make 1v1 as fast as AoE leveling, to be honest. Yeah, for these upgrades you don't lose, or for these crafting you don't use the upgrades. It really depends on the crafting recipe. So now we got our Holy Fervor boss buff. Gives us 10% more attack and also a 25% chance to debuff our targets, which is very strong. As you can see the effect on them, which is the debuff applying. And the debuff also applies through skills, not just auto attacks. Which is just very good in general. The debuff I think lowers their defense by like 10%, so it gives us 10% more damage. I think the debuff itself doesn't deal any damage. No. But yeah, very good debuff to have. Yeah, the AoE can apply it, and the auto attack AoE also applies it. Basically, any damage dealt can apply it, I believe. Oh, I'm gonna die. Ay, ay, ay. That means our unicorn is dead and not revivable at level D, so it's gonna go to the farm, I guess. Maybe oh, because I'm 105, maybe 116 is a bit too high for 105. Yeah. I think we can do 112. Yeah, 112 is okay. Don't often go to this area of B5 anyway, so it's fun. Make sure to get ourselves our buff ready. Yeah. So you can see like when the monsters have the debuff, they get 23k damage. And if they have the without the debuff, they only do 20k damage. So I got about 3k damage on my skill when the debuff applies. It's pretty good stuff. The classless system is interesting. I've played around with like a classless PvP mode in Flyff as like a battle royale thing, which was kind of interesting. Like you picked up weapons and then you could basically use any skill with any weapon. That was just like a fun like little PvP mode thing that I did. But to be able to do that in like a PvE server, you'd have to do quite a lot of work. I think it just sounds interesting as like a concept. I don't know how popular it will be because if you go too far away from Flyff, a lot of people will kind of just bow out because they want to play Flyff, even if it's a private server. So that's always something to consider, unfortunately. But it does sound kind of interesting as like a concept, to be honest. If I didn't already have 2 servers I was working on, I would like play around with it. But yeah. I mean, Emerald does lots of like those kind of like ideas where I'm like, what if we do just something crazy, you know? That's kind of like what I like doing in Flyff servers as well. Or like, what if auto attacks could do AoE, for example? Like that's something I did for Emerald because it's just like an idea I randomly had, and it's something that knights can do. Also, rangers can do it with the specific quiver. You know, all these kind of ideas, they come up to my head and be like, maybe they're not like Flyff, but I like trying them out. The FLV, that's the faction level, yes. So faction level doesn't really come into play until at least like level 120, because you can see I'm currently capped at level 1. And once I reach level 120 master, I will be capped at level 10. I will be able to earn reputation for mostly dungeon drops or dungeon kills, and then I can level up my faction, and then it will cost some millions, and then I will get a higher faction level and better faction stats. Yes, rangers can also do AoE auto attacks. They have a specific quiver that you can drop from a dungeon, and when you equip it, you get minus 70% crit chance, so you have lower crit chance. But all your arrow auto attacks are also AoE, similar to the knight. And you can use it together with your skills. What is the best class in your server? Well, I don't think there's a single class that does everything the best, personally. And it really depends what you enjoy playing. So if you want to be the best at tanking, Knight will be the best at tanking. If you want to be the best at like 1v1 DPS, it's gonna be Blade or maybe Jester. If you want to be the best at PvP, it's probably going to be something like Jester or Bill Poster, maybe even like Blade or Knight could be very good at PvP. Or even actually, maybe some of the mages would actually be stronger at PvP because of the AoE abilities and the ranged abilities. So that I actually don't know yet. If you want to do cool magic ranged attacks, there's Elementa now. It's balanced in a way that I tried to make every class good at something and also enjoyable to play. So and each class that has like some strong things usually has some things that kind of weak at. So hopefully every class will be good at least at something. So it really just like depends on your preference and also what you like playing and what kind of game. Like if you like to farm a lot, I wouldn't recommend something like Blade or Jester. Because if you like the AoE farm a lot, then I would say go something like Elementa or maybe AoE Bill Poster or like Knight or something like that. But if you like doing dungeons and killing bosses and stuff like that, then something like Blade or Jester or Ranger are pretty good at those kind of things. So it also really depends on what you like playing in these kind of games. If you like the Penya farm, you could like try to get a class that's good at just running the Crystal Mines dungeon. Like Jester for example, because he can kill the boss pretty quickly and run past all the monsters very easily. Things like that. But then once Desert Caverns comes out, I think something like Element or Psykeeper or Bill Poster are probably better because they have good AoE abilities. Or even Knight because they have strong AoE DPS as well. Because those dungeons are a bit more AoE focused. I mean, there's a few classes that are more like AFK oriented. If you think about like Blade doesn't have that many skills to really interact with. They have like one good skill combo, and then it's mostly auto attacks. The same for Ranger. Ranger has like one debuff and one or two self buffs they use, and the rest is mostly auto attacks. So there are some classes that are less effort, I'd say, and some classes are more effort, I guess. Ranger, the biggest benefit of the Ranger is that they have these quivers that they can equip, and they give different effects on their auto attacks. Oh, there's a fox, that's not useful. One big one is every third attack they do will deal bonus damage based on the max level or the max HP of a monster. Another one is that they'll do bonus damage based on 50% of their damage, so like the third attack does 50% bonus damage. So they're good at like killing bosses with these quiver effects. They also have some good debuffs that they can apply to the bosses, which then make it better for everyone to kill the boss. Another thing is they have Dark Illusion. You can run through dungeons with Dark Illusion. Kind of skip some things. Could be useful. In PvP, they're mostly just auto attacking, so that kind of depends on how well it kind of goes and how the PvP gameplay from like other classes combined. So I can't judge that too well because in PvP they're just kind of auto attacking enemies. So that might be good, that might also not be good. It kind of depends on how the meta evolves. I would say that for like the best thing about the Ranger is probably their 1v1 boss DPS. The AoEing is alright, you can do hit and run with the slow, but the AoE damage itself isn't super high. But you could do hit and running, which is kind of nice, I guess. The drops in the dungeons are all equalized, so it's not based on damage. As long as you hit the boss at least once, you will be counted for the drops. The only thing that's like damage based is the world bosses. So you, with world bosses you do get more drops if you deal more DPS, but it's pretty easy to reach the DPS cap even as a support class. Because even if you go like support, knight or ringmaster, you still have damage skills and still have decent damage abilities. I might die here because I forgot to use my food. Oh wait, that's not great. No buffs. Yeah, take the buff. Oh look, the whole group is still here. Hello. That's easy. Okay, so we've kind of entered the slow era. Oh yeah, party buffs ran out, you're right. Okay, we have another quest we can pick up. Alright, these are dungeon quests. I think we can Emerald of Assistant. It's okay. I think we're not going to try the dungeon at least into a higher level because it's kind of suffering at this current level. Can we do something else? We cannot craft the 105 set, so let's just go back to leveling. Yeah, I know the amps ran out, but I don't know if I want to amp again or not. I mean, we do have 6 amps, so I don't know why 3 of them are event reward and 3 of them aren't, but that's fine. Oh, this group is still here from all that time ago. Alright, this is more doable now. I should be using my self buff, of course. I want to see if we can do some dungeons. Maybe once we're at level 120. I don't know yet how long I'm going to continue to stream, so like maybe another hour at least, depending on how it goes. I mean, there's still a lot of people left, so usually after a while people kind of drop off from the stream. They got the info that they wanted and then they go do their thing again, but we still have a good viewer count, so no reason to not keep going. Oh my god, no! Okay. I took too many guys, I think. Any death counter updates? How do you go from 160M to 120? That's just automatic. Like at 120, once you're at max EXP, you'll get like pop-up saying you want to be turn into master, and then you'll turn into master automatically. There's no like master quest or something like that. Yeah. It's so fun to just like grab like 20 guys, and then once they all reach you, you realize you made a mistake. And you're like, oh wait, I can't take 20 guys. But then it's just so fun to collect them all, you know? The game kind of baits you into just collecting them. You're just like, oh, they only do 500 damage, that's nothing. Then you realize 500 damage times a lot is a lot. You know? And what we can do is we can also just buy some food. We actually have seafood pizza here. This will fully heal me, so if I'm ever in a pinch, I can just use that, and it will make my life easier. We should probably use another upgrade stone if we're doing this anyway, right? There we go. Yeah, this is not that bad. This is a good pace. Once we get our full 105 set, we might swap over and upgrade it a little bit. Although we are a little bit low on Penya, which is normal until you reach the moment where you can enter the Penya dungeon. Ooh, there's a lot of guys. Alright, we have not received the suit yet, so keeping on farming. Couple, I believe couple doesn't give you boosted experience, just like combat stats. But if you make a guild with your friends, you also get some bonus EXP. I can show you in a second. But you do have to somehow gather like 100 mil together, so that might take some time. But if you make a guilds you can make by buying a scroll for 100 mil at the NPC. The first few levels of the guild buffs give you up to 35% extra EXP. You need guild level 5, 10, 15 for that. Guild EXP is automatically gained while you kill monsters, so you'll just get this passively. So within a few, like maybe an hour or two, you'll probably be enough level to at least be 5 or 10 or something. The only thing is you need to get that 100 mil together. For your scroll, of course, but if you like split it between like 10 people, that's 10 mil each. You saw I got like 20 mil from the beginner quests, the items. So if you have like a group of friends already prepared to play with you, you can pretty easily get a guild on day one. So and then you can just join a guild. So that's one way to get more EXP, and then the VIP is now 25%. The backpack is 30%. You could even use like a leech, a level 1 leech. Probably will boost your EXP by a little bit as well. So even if you think this is like too slow for you, there's a way to increase it. But I mean, it should be relatively fast. Spam dismantling. Yeah, you get some free asset tickets, but I can show you the Penya price in a second. It's I believe it's 3.5 million for a 1 day. It's 7 million for a 7 day, and I don't know how much the 30 day costs. those are roughly the prices. How does the party work? No, so the party skills are all static bonuses, so it doesn't matter if you're alone in a party or a full party. The bonuses are all static, and you can level up a party alone, or if you're alone in a party, you still contribute party EXP, so you don't have to have two people together. And if you want to get party skills but you're not the leader, then you need the red scroll active in the party, of course. So that's still required. Dragon gives flat attack here, so it's pretty good. Plus 200 attack is pretty nice. Oh, there's some upgrading materials here. They're very nice. Oh, someone has joined our party. A level 81 ringmaster has joined our party. Very nice, very nice. Hello. I actually don't know who this is, so let's see. We still haven't dropped a 105 suit. Alright, now we go to the fast ones, I guess. Alright, these are some fast boys. Yes, you can enter the highest level dungeon right from the beginning if you want to. Of course, the damage of the monsters is going to be quite high, so you will struggle a lot. Maybe if you're like coordinated with a team and you have like someone who built like full tank on 105 gear, you could be finishing the higher level or higher tier dungeons before the lower tier ones. But this requires quite a bit of coordination and pre-setup. But that's definitely an option. Like I don't think it's a bad thing. If people want to like skip some dungeons to get to the better stuff earlier. Either way, you're gonna want to do Savage Wilds for the jewelry anyway. You're gonna want to do Molten Arena for the set anyway. But if you want to skip the bloody weapons, for example, to go straight to Vampire or Ancient, if you can manage it with a team, that's totally fine. There are a few required drops in some dungeons, so you sort of have. So, for example, the Knight Shield that has the best defensive stats only drops in the Vampire dungeon. So, and it's not craftable. So if you want to get that one, you have no choice but to just do that dungeon or try to buy it from someone. So there's a few like rare drops like that, like the quivers or the shields or the Psykeeper books. These are not craftable, and you have to just drop them from a dungeon, so those are quite difficult to get. Yes, for the first expansion, the Savage Wilds jewelry and the Molten Arena bloody armor is the end game set, so it is relatively easy to gear up on the first expansion. It's not too difficult from the get-go. So it's kind of done intentionally so that everyone can gear up pretty decently and kind of feel good about it. So, and then once the expansion comes, more gear, things will come out. More cloaks, more masks, some new sets, some new armor. But new jewelry doesn't come out until 150, so that's your endgame jewelry for a while. So that makes Savage Wilds also pretty useful to do. So Catacombs drops the character modifications, which is the replacement of like ultimate jewels basically. I can show you in a little bit. Let me just finish this AoE. So let me go to this town just to show you. So instead of when you know in classic Flyff, when you upgrade your ultimate weapon, you get these slots to put in diamonds, and they give you bonus stats. In Emerald, these slots are no longer on the weapons, but instead there's these called character modification slots. So you have 3 of them here that are applied for PvE and 3 of them here that are for PvP. And these slots will turn from red to blue whenever I have an ultimate weapon that's at least +4, +7 or +10. And what you can slot in here are craftable items, which are called character modifications. And these drop recipes from Catacombs, and you also need to get this Catacombs material. And then you craft them here, and they give different various of stats, and then you craft it from the recipe drop. You drop it in here, and then it's there like permanently. And it'll automatically apply this stat to you whenever you equip a weapon that's high enough upgraded. And there's a lot of different options here. So there's strength, there's dex 50, int 50, stamina 50, 10 physical defense, 10 magical defense, 25 critical damage, 20% magical damage, 15% attack, 10% damage penetration, 15% HP, 40% regeneration speed, 10% PvP damage, 10% PvE damage, 5% drop luck, 8% block rate, all stat plus 30, and 2% lifesteal. And so the thing is that you cannot stack the same ones together, so you're forced to make a free combination of stats that you prefer for your build. So you cannot do 3 times drop luck or 3 times PvP damage or PvE damage. So you have to make a combination of choices based on what's available in the market, what's cheap, maybe what's expensive. Because, for example, I can tell you now, because we've seen this in a video, the attack plus 15% booster, this is good on basically every class for PvP and for PvE. So this will be pretty much the most in-demand drop from this dungeon. So if you want to get this, it's going to be very expensive to buy from players. With something like, I don't know, 50 int or 50 dex, these are usually not used that much. 50 strength, 50 stamina. So these are going to be a lot cheaper to buy from players if you don't get to drop yourself. The tank ones, for example, these are not used that much either unless you're really going for a tank build. The most popular ones will be for sure the attack one, the critical damage one, the magical damage one for magic classes, the PvP and PvE ones. These will be very expensive. This one will kind of depend, maybe yes, maybe no for PvE. And then the drop luck one is decent as well, but you're going to lose damage if you do that one. The lifesteal one might be good, might not be good, because it's quite a low amount. It's only 2% and it's also capped at 5% of your maximum health per instance of lifesteal. And your AoE healing is also reduced. So it might not be that strong. But if it's not that strong, it probably means it's cheap. So if it's cheap, then you can just grab it, you know. So it kind of depends. Do you want to go for the optimal stats right away, or do you get something cheap? Once you slot it in here, the only way to get it out is just to replace it by something else. And then you lose the other one. So there is like an element of choice there. Maybe you start with some cheap ones first, then get the better ones later. Maybe you save up to get the better one. Maybe you get lucky and drop one yourself. Of course, that can also happen. But that's the main thing you can get from Catacombs. I'm checking which menu it is. Yeah. So all the recipes for the modifications drop in Catacombs, and then also the helmet and some bars. You lose them, yes, because they're permanent. So once you slot them, it doesn't matter if you ever swap weapons or between expansions. You keep them forever. So that means that at the beginning they'll be very expensive because everyone wants them. But after a while, everyone's gonna have their 6 slots filled in, and there isn't a lot of time where people will replace them, so the value will go down a lot. So that's one of the main reasons that you lose them if you replace them. There's a little bit of like sinking the items away just so the value stays a little bit higher. Otherwise they will lose all their value a bit too quickly, I think. Alright, what do we get? A quest item from Butcher Gordon. What does he want us to do? He wants us to do dungeons. Alright. I think we go back to leveling. Yeah, we're just showing off some things for a little bit. Drink some water. I think we can do captains until 120. No, the inventory size is not resizable, unfortunately. This is the locked inventory size. I did make it bigger compared to V2, because in V2 it was like this big. I added 2 rows to the left and added 2 rows to the bottom. So it's a lot better than before at least, but yeah, the UI doesn't really allow it to be resizable, unfortunately. I do not have that the code, and it doesn't really fit with the UI style as well. So I know it's not ideal, but I feel like I made it big enough to at least be playable. Well, the pet tamer quest is useful for pet lives. But I mean, once you get VIP, you don't really need to worry about it now. If someone sees me drop a extra suit, let me know, because I need it. I'm not really watching the drop list, so keep an eye out for me, please. Can you even see the drop list, or is it covered by the chat? You can kind of see it. It is covered a little bit, but... I'm dying. I am not doing so hot. There's not going to be any vote shop or vote points now. I decided to remove the vote shop and voting in general from the server because I just don't think it's a nice thing for servers to have. and I don't really like how the GTOP site has changed voting in the recent times. So there is no vote shop. Most of the vote shop items that were there are now available in the Emerald Token shop, which you can earn by doing world bosses or giants. But yeah, no voting. Can you do some dungeons? I can do some dungeons once we reach level 120. Just want to get to the max level to get, well, not max level, but like pre-master max level to have optimal stats and level range for dungeons. But yeah, we can do a few dungeons once we hit 120. I don't think the 1v1 DPS with the axe is going to be very good. So maybe we need to grab a Slayer just for the 1v1, but we'll think about that. And yeah, you can earn VIP in-game, of course from buying it from other players, that's always possible. But if you do the secret room, you can get a VIP as well. And the secret room is of course a guild dungeon that you do together with your guild. Did we get a suit? Nice. Alright. Let's go and upgrade it a bit. Come give me some ringmaster buffs if we're down. See if this ringmaster is here. Not one of these? Or is this a new one? This is an old one. I don't remember. From guild seats you basically get our PvP currency, which you can either sell to the NPC for money or you can buy some various items with in our PvP shop. We're using the epic faction free fashion. Hey, got some buffs. That's nice, it's good. Come on, upgrade, you can do it. Oh yeah, give me the assist ones too, thanks. Alright. Get rid of these. Let's do some awakening as well, I guess. Oh, 6% critical damage. That's pretty good. See if we get some critical chance here. Come on. I mean, some attack is also good. Let's go for strength and stamina. Oh, this is getting kind of expensive. 250k each. Okay, I'm accepting this. Oh yeah, I was supposed to show off the fashion in game. I'll show you in a second. There is quite a decent amount of cosmetics available in game. So we have here in the models and fashion NPC. We have a bunch of hair you can buy. These are all 300ml each. Then we have some fashion masks you can buy. 750ml each. 200ml for these masks. I mean, they give you some stats, but realistically it's just fashion. Then we have some in-game fashion here. These are all like Flyff fashions you can buy for different prices. I don't know why the prices are different. Don't know for sure. And then you have also some female ones. I think it's the same kind of sets. And then I believe there in the token shop there are some more sets in the token shop for 1000 tokens. Bit expensive, and then some more. These are some better sets also. Also some buff pets you can buy here. Then in the PvP set you can have a bunch of PvP cosmetics as well. So we have some masks here, a bunch of weapon skins, some umbrella cloaks, more weapons, and some more pets that you can buy, some shields. This is PvP stuff. I think that's pretty much it. We can get a pet here. Yeah, those are pretty much all of the in-game available cosmetics, and the rest is all like stuff. If you see any like Flyff set that you want to have from like official Flyff that's in the wiki but not in the shop or in-game, you can always ask me, because then it just means I forgot to put them in the shop. If you're talking about like custom sets, it really depends on the type of files. But yeah, if it's not in the in-game shop or in the Panya shop or the website shop, let's say, so stuff like that. Is there an option to hide the faction besides the in-game name? So I'm thinking about having a way to hide that stuff. At the moment, not yet, but I might add something like that to hide it, at least in like PvE areas. So the faction level gives you better of the faction buffs. So at the moment I have the faction buff level 1, which is 4% PvE damage and 4% HP. So the higher your faction level, the more stats you will get. And also you need to have a certain faction level to enter in the battlegrounds, which is the PvP versus PvE kind of mixed mode, where you can do like PK with other players and do special bosses and get special drops, basically. But the main thing you're going to get from it is stats. At a certain point you also unlock faction buffs that last 1 hour that you can buy, and these give you like PvE damage and more drop rate or more penny rate. So if you go to community and then there's the buy faction buffs. So based on your faction level, you get a new buff that you can level up. Activate. So these last 1 hour and they cost tokens, basically. They don't cost penya. So that's also an additional thing that you can do with faction stuff. You can get amplis from leveling up rewards and also from the token shop in game, the Emerald token shop. Let's see. So I don't know yet if I'm going to struggle into dungeons, because we're going to have to see. I don't think you're going to struggle like HP wise or tanking wise. I think we might struggle DPS wise. It might just take longer than average, because the main thing of the X build is like tanking and AoE basically. So it's going to be better at that. It's just not going to be as good at like dealing DPS to bosses. So we might struggle in there. I wouldn't say it's bad for the penya farming, because AoEing is pretty relevant for the Penya farming as well, especially with desert caverns, where there's a lot of mobs that you can easily tank and kill because they're all red. So, because your AoE damage is still pretty good, and your tanking ability is still pretty good, you'll probably still be able to clear the Penya dungeon at a pretty good rate. It's more about like the bosses that have like a lot of health, where you need to have high 1v1 DPS, where you might be slower than usual. Well, Desert Caverns is a 135 dungeon, so that won't be on the stream, but I can probably test them myself. The Crystal Mines I can show you once I hit 120. I mean, the Crystal Mines will be difficult at 120 because we're very low gear, so it's going to be difficult for every class at the beginning. Just keep that in mind. There's no repeatable missions like that, but there are some repeatable quests that you can pick up if you like doing Azure of Forsaken Tower farming that you want to do instead of doing Crystal Mines farming. But these are more like optional side things, I would say. I think 1 amp costs like 2 tokens, maybe 3 tokens each. It's not very expensive. So should be pretty easy to get. As for the suggestions, I've chosen at the moment to not take any suggestions for the server because I want to focus at the beginning at least on like bug fixing and balancing and all these things when the server launches. And if there's people like giving suggestions, I feel like they'll get upset that I don't react to the suggestions when I want to focus on other things at the moment. So that's most likely what's gonna happen. If I ever change my mind on that, I might create like a suggestion section on the Discord, but for now I'm keeping it just like bug reports and balance feedback, those kind of things. But like when it comes to like feature suggestions or things like that, probably not gonna do anything like that. The 3 times MP is the max stack you stack them, yeah. So 150 bonus is the max. Alright, we'll do one more level, then I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and then we can do some dungeons. Just gonna, might die here again. We'll be okay. Yeah, so the backpack you get at the Investigator David quest. The quest line starts at level 5 and by the time you're level 70-ish you should be able to finish it, I believe. So around level 65 to 70 you'll have the backpack for the rest of your leveling basically. Oh, I just grabbed my food too late. Oh, my dragon died. Oh my god. Rip. Nah, I made a mistake by letting them all stack up so they attack in one go, so they just burst me down. That's bad. I'm using my pet. I'm using my egg. Okay. Really low on food as well. Let's see, we've been playing for like 2 hours and 45 minutes now. So yeah, about 2 to 3 hours I think to get to level 120. And then we can see how fast 60 master goes as well, but maybe we'll do some sword. We'll like swap to 1v1 sword after doing the dungeons and stuff, and then we can do sword as doing master maybe. I'll wait. Yeah, I'm not even full strength yet, so I'm pretty much half-ish at the moment. Alright, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break or so. We enable out. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. There we go. And after that, we're gonna be doing some dungeons. Alright, we're back. Hello. Sorry, I didn't put any music on. All right. Let's see. So what the first thing we can do is check out the stats on the sword. I mean, sword looking pretty good. Alright, so usually when you're 120, I would recommend just to keep leveling, go to master, then go to 120 master. But for the sake of the stream, we can do some dungeons. Let's start with the easiest one, which is crystal mines, because we can get these materials for our furniture. And the furniture gives some good stats. So, use some party skills. Now this is going to be pretty rough, because we're kind of low level, so this is normally will be kind of difficult at this current level until better gear. So let's see if we actually can AoE these guys or not. Okay, I mean they do 800. It's a lot, but it's a bit manageable, I think. Okay, so that gave us 500k for that group, so that's pretty decent. Oh, I forgot to get some more food. Oh yeah, that's not good. So yeah, that's another 500k there. Oh, now we're gonna have to do the boss, which is gonna be a bit tricky, I think. Yeah, this might take a little bit of time. Maybe we'll just do this. Yeah, we might just go for the AoE spam. Yeah, Ringmaster can farm this as well. Ringmaster will have easier way dealing with the bosses, but maybe harder to deal with the small guys in between the bosses. Our 1v1 DPS is kind of poo-poo, but our ability to deal with the groups is really good. So, Ringmasters have really good 1v1 strength with the auto attacks and the skills, but the AoE is just not as strong. So these crystals are very important because these give us the materials for the crafting of the furniture, which is very important. So we're gonna go get those. We could use an eel, but the healing is mostly the important part. Like, we can tank them okay as long as we heal up, basically. As long as I keep my healing. The problem is I don't have my healing. I have 2 seafood pizza left. It's kind of a problem. What I can do is I can use the high healing, which is a very strong potion, but I don't have many of them. So we might do that once we reuse our last pizza. And then we're just gonna do everyone here. Alright. So the high healing one gives us 7.5k healing. Oh. Which is probably enough for the boss, hopefully. Yeah, so in the previous version of Emerald, a lot of people skipped the smaller guys and just ran for the bosses. So the difference that in this version is that I made the smaller guys aggro, which makes them easier to collect, which makes them also easier for you to kill them. Um, and the Penya gained from the bosses is nerfed a bit as well, so that makes it more valuable to also do the small guys, because then you'll get more overall Penya. So yeah, I would say you don't have to clear every single small one, but if you can do groups in between the bosses, 100% recommended. And these crystals are also recommended at least for like the first couple of runs. Once you have stacked up like 100 of each of these or more, you can probably skip doing these, but at the beginning it's very valuable. But the furnitures last for 1 week and they cost like 10 to 20 materials each. So you want them at the beginning, but after you have your furniture crafted, you know, you can kind of just chill and go for just for the Penya. So I want to capture all of these. And now just there we go, and that should give us like another like million or something. 700k. And usually I would skip the final boss here because it's kind of difficult, but it does give double the amount of bars. And because I'm a knight, maybe I can tank it using the expensive potion, even though I don't want to really use these yet, because they're kind of hard to get to, sadly. But let's see if we can do this. Okay, 8k each. So for this kind of stuff, no, it doesn't hit 2 times. It just hits single time, I think. For this kind of stuff, having like a sword for better DPS would definitely be recommended. I mean, we can swap to sword and then see if. Oh my god, 50 health! Oh, damn! Alright. And now we leave. And then we do it again, basically. I don't think we have enough yet to craft the furniture. I was going to check one thing. Oh, yeah, I wanted to make some more potions, because I'm running low on potions. Let's see if we can make any. We need alchemy herbs. We have 50 of those. And for this one we just need more potions. Okay, so it is going to be a bit of expensive because we have to use the millions here, but we can make 20. Wait, I have 47. Let's see how much I can make. 15. We can make 15. So we're gonna buy. Let's see. Okay, quantity is kept at 10 bonus. So where's our put our 10 bottles? Put our herbs, and then we're gonna wait a little bit. Because we did 10 times quantity, the duration is gonna be a bit slow, but we just have to wait here for the craft. If I make them 1 min, I have to like rebalance them based on the drop rate and everything, so it's gonna be a bit tricky. So I think I'm gonna keep it how it is now. Alright, we made some potions. We can do 5 more, so let's do that. 50 more. There we go. And then we can even make some high healing ones. We can make 10, I guess. I can't make any lower than 10. Alright, let's make a sword as well. The only way to make an LG sword is to start at Guardian. Almost. Yeah, the high healing ones are really good. I mean, they heal like 7.5k compared to 1.5k, so you know, it's worth it. Right, so now we have the sword. It's not very upgraded, but we could try out the same dungeon with just the sword instead. And see how that goes comparatively. Gonna use this. We're gonna have less defense because we cannot use band of command or the protection buff. So we're gonna take 200 more damage already. The damage is pretty good though. So that should be okay. Just gonna do some of these groups. And make sure we lock our weapon so we don't accidentally dismantle it. I know this is pretty decent stuff. The 1v1 DPS is not amazing because it's not as upgraded, I guess. But the speed is a lot better, so. If I get some upgrades in this guy, after we get some more runs with some more money, let's to sell our bars, I think we should be okay. I mean, I can also just do this. Yeah. Upgrade stone is going to run out soon. It's going to lose me another 20% damage. Yeah, the AoE spell is going to be better than 1v1ing until my gear is at a certain point, basically. At least for sword builds. I think for X builds, because of the inherent slow speed of the auto attacks, the AoE will always be better, I think. Yeah, if you spam the AoE constantly for DPS, you will eventually run out of mana. That's true. I want to get my buff. There we go. But you regen mana even if you're in combat, so I can just wait for the mana to regen and then use the skill again. Oh, yep. I'm using more potions than I'm earning from this dungeon, I think. Yeah, I just wanted to compare like sword and axe together. I don't know. I would think something like Bill Poster early on is also really good. Because they have a strong AoE and they have fast casting AoE. Ringmaster also pretty decent because they have good 1-for-1 DPS. So that's also an angle maybe. Alright, let's just bail out. Can we make any good furnitures already? The bed. We can make the bed. We don't need a drawer. The dresser. We can make the, just make the dresser. 10% attack, that's good. Sai wouldn't be that good at the AoE, but it's decent at the 1v1. This one is also very good, PvE damage. Where are my blocks? There are my blocks. Then I'll let the bed for the critical chance also. Yeah, I can still afford that one as well. Alright. That's all we can afford for now. Now we can sell out bars to the NPC. 3.5 mil. 375. Let's see if we can awaken this. Good enough. Let's upgrade a little bit. Yeah, we could do that. 10 tries each. Sure. Oh my god, no! Oh no, what is this? That's not good. Come on, piercings, make up for it. That's alright, but remember that swords go to 20 piercings. So this is the same as getting 3 on a one-handed weapon. But you got 4 on this one, so. Alright, so now that we're here, we can do a wild, for example. And the first one should be free because we have our daily free runs, of course. So no energy is deducted because it is part of the free runs that we get every day. Let's see, can we tank these? Oh wait, I need to make sure I use my sword mastery, otherwise my attack speed is low. I should have bought some food. I think not having food is a mistake. Oh, I got our first faction reputation. Pretty nice. Just gonna skip all these other guys. They don't give us anything. We're just trying out Sword for a little bit to compare, show both the sides. The main thing we notice is that you take a lot more damage when you don't have all the defensive bonuses. Surprisingly. If you want to play low optimal, you just like use the action shield for the AoE and then swap the sword at the boss or something, but don't think that's really recommended. I mean, you can. I'm gonna die here. Oh, I'm gonna die. That's fine. I mean, damage isn't even that great, so. Maybe we'll go back to X for now. Then we'll do a sword later for the boss. Make sure we get our defensive buffs again. Yeah, I know the upgrade ran out. No, there's no seasons. There will be kind of like milestones or like expansions that are pre-planned. On the Discord, there's like a roadmap post that you can like see all the pre-planned, say, milestones slash phases. I've called them in this case, but there's no seasons. Just gonna do the little trick to hide behind all the monsters. Basically, there will be like 2 major expansions and then 1 minor one after those 2 that you can expect. Let's see if not bringing food was a mistake. I think it's okay. Definitely would like some food though, because these high potions are so expensive to make. For low level stuff at least. Come on, let's see if we can do it finishing with this within this potion. Yeah, of course. This is like doing it on hard mode basically. Okay, no drop, but 2 recipe potions. I mean, yeah, potion recipe, sorry. So let's see. And 1 heart, of course. And some scrolls, which is nice. These also sell to the NPC for decent money, but not amazing money. Recklessness. 20 good chance. This is a pretty good. I got this one from the quest reward as well. And swiftness. That's kind of meh. This is for parrying, which is okay for tanking bosses, but yeah. Let's buy some penya. Not buy some penya. Buy some food from the NPC. Make us life a bit easier. How many can we afford? 30? Oops. Yeah, oops. I mean that's for late. That's for after lunch, of course. We can do some Molten Arena, I think. This is also a solo dungeon. Probably should be decent enough. Yeah, I think this is might be even easier than Wild because some of the bosses here are not that fast in attacking. Although I say that, but he's still hurting. Because I'm using the cheap potion. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they are solo only basically. You cannot join with multiple people in these two dungeons. So you have no choice but to solo them. At the moment, let's see. Wild is 125, Molten Arena is 150. So at the moment they were free because we got free runs every day. So up to 3 different dungeons every day you can enter for free. But if I try to enter Wilds or Arena again, it should cost me some energy. Assuming everything is working okay. Yeah, that's for VIP only, the 10%, yeah. Oh, we got a part, that's nice. It's for Psykeeper, but it's still nice to see at least. I think this one is a bit stronger. Actually, no, it's not that bad because he does lower damage. The weapon, it kind of depends on your preference. You can go for the bloody weapon in Red Meteor. Red Meteor is a bit more difficult to do at the base 120 master level. You can also get the Lusaka weapon from Wilds, which is a bit easier to get. Those would be like your starter weapons after Legendary Golden. And then you probably want to go for Ancient directly, but you could also try to do the Vampire Dungeon. But the Vampire Dungeon is kind of like an optional approach. You don't really have to do that one, I would say. So those would be like your main options. No, only Vampire and Ancient are ultimate. For Bloody, there's both an ultimate and a non-ultimate version that you can get. And Lusaka is regular. So you cannot use your modifications with Lusaka either. But they have pretty good base damage, and it also means they're cheaper to upgrade because upgrading ultimates is quite expensive. So you probably don't do that twice if you can avoid it, but it really depends on how much effort you want to get. I can take a look in a little bit for night specifically. Let me just finish this guy. We're really seeing our painful DPS here. So this dungeon has 4 bosses, but if you cannot make it all the way to the end, probably it's okay to just leave. We've got 1 sunstone and 1 scroll, so nothing too amazing. Where's the next guy? Here's the next guy. Can we even do this guy? Oh, this one hurts a decent amount. Yeah, for most of the arena, I would do recommend a little bit better gear than this probably. I mean, you can definitely do it, you know. It's just your time that you're going to be spending. There's no time limit on a dungeon, so you can take as long as you want. But of course, the lower your damage, the more food you're going to use, so it's going to be more costly as well. So that's kind of like the downside between going to the higher dungeons earlier, because now you're going to spend more time, set more food, and you know, no, you don't always want that, I guess. I might just die here because I'm out of food. Yeah, going to 120 a master is definitely advised. Because this is really struggling a little bit here. Oh my god. Okay. If he resets his health, I'm just gonna leave, I think. If he didn't reset, maybe we can finish him. Okay, he didn't reset. We can do it. The slow burn. Maybe we drop like another part or something. Come on, before I die again. No, we didn't get any part. Okay, no, we're bailing. We're not gonna do this one. Oh wait. So let's see, for example, weapons. Oh, we can just go to the dungeon overview. So for knight, we have the axe. This gives 20 strength, 5 attack, 5% piercing. It will be replaced with 12 attack, 15 strength, and 150 attack power. So more damage by a decent amount. The sword, let's see, 25 crit damage, 9 attack, 20 crit. 20 crit damage, 24% crit chance, 12% attack. So you're gonna get more attack, less crit damage, but more critical chance, which, you know. So, you know, it's not like an extreme boost right away, but the base damage is also damage. Yeah, the base damage is also juicy, yeah, it's fair. How much is it actually? Is it like a lot? 500 compared to 300, so that's a big increase, yeah. So just for that, it's pretty worth it, I think. Just gonna sell these away because we don't need them. I think we can just continue leveling for now. And let's go to 60 Master and enjoy just being OP for a little bit. Because doing dungeons now, it's gonna cost us so much food. We got some furniture, which is nice. That's about it. It's gonna be a bit slow because we're gonna be without our amps, but that'll be okay, I guess. Yes, Jester does have an AoE spell. It's pretty good actually, I had to nerf it. Yeah, so good I had to nerf it. Yeah, so basically what I said was like you can do the higher level dungeons even at lower gear levels. It's just going to take you an extra long time and it might also cost you a lot of food. And the potions are not super easy to get early on. And things like Rementis Lakota are also not super easy to get early on. So that's something to consider. So it might be better just to gear up first because you want to get the jewelry for Savage Wilds anyway. And only then go to high level stuff. Or you just dive into high level stuff right away and see if you can make it through it, I guess. So it's definitely an option. I would say like getting a Rusaka weapon is nice, but don't upgrade it too high. A regular bloody, you could probably upgrade it pretty highly and keep it for a long time until ancient. A vampire one, maybe use it for like the base stats, but also probably wouldn't want to upgrade it too much. And then the ancient is the one you want to like dump all your money into basically. You want to get it to +10 for sure. At least weapon wise, and then for like jewelry of course, and sets, because there's only one jewelry set and one armor set to go for. Try to get that one as fast as possible, as high as possible. If we're doing this, we might as well pick up the quest actually. Let's do that. So if you don't like doing crystal mines, there is a repeatable quest that you can do for hunting B5. I believe it's this one, yeah, Captain. Oh, we finished this one. I thought I updated this. Oh. I thought I already updated this quest reward, but maybe I didn't. It's not supposed to give Angel Box, it's supposed to give something else. So if I kill 1000 Captain Azures, I'm gonna get 10 emerald tokens and 2 silver bars as a bonus. I'm not gonna complete it right now, but let's just see how far we get by leveling to 120. Oh, nice. That's gonna make us extra tanky. Yeah, so if you have a two-handed weapon, you get 20 card slots instead of 10. So that should be pretty equal. The only difference is the awakening, so you do get one more awakening slot basically for like a secondary weapon. So 3 more lines of awakening, but the awakening values are quite low. So it's not a major impact in terms of amount of slots. So the stats of the weapons are kind of balancing out based on that. So that should be no problem really. But yeah, card wise it should be all the same. So there's only one channel on each floor for tower, but there will be multiple server channels. So there will be 2 channels people can go to, and they're both located in the same place. So there will be 2 of each in tower, and then multiple Ezreal channels as well. So tower will probably be a bit more contested than Ezreal because there's less space in overall, but that's just kind of how it is, I guess. I don't think that many people will be here farming all the time. Probably during leveling people will be here, but after leveling is done, most people won't hang around here for that long, I think. Okay, I'm gonna die here. No? Oh, nice. We did not die. I was like, what's happening? Why is my spoon? I realized that this is part of the skill. That was not. That's how the skill works. It automatically refreshes. Okay, yeah, I used the wrong food there. I used to use the big one there. Ah. Yeah. So the way this skill works is like what happened there. Go away. Quest text. I want to read the thing. Waiting for it to go away. So in addition to giving 10 physical defense, whenever you drop below a certain amount of health, this skill automatically reuses itself, basically. So you get it. It refreshes the duration. So earlier when I was like doing the AoEs, I was like, why is the skill just spamming the thing every time? And I realized my health was low enough for it to re-trigger and refresh the duration, which is pretty nice. Alright, we're almost ready to level up. I don't think I'm gonna go all the way to 120. I'm thinking we're probably gonna do maybe like 10-20 more minutes, and then I think I'll call it a night for the stream. So if there's any last burning questions, make sure to ask them between now and then, and then we'll see. One or 2 AoEs and should be good to go. There we go. Alright, we're back to level 60. We need more food, so let's get some more food there. So we don't need that much food now because we have lower HP, so maybe just fish soup, sure. 100 fish soups. Let's do some 1v1 leveling while we're low level, might as well. I mean, so far it's definitely, the survivability is a big boost. I think the 1v1 strength is not that amazing, but early on, most classes feel kind of weak with 1v1 early on, especially the crit ones, because they just don't have quite the gear to really get the full potential of like crit stuff. So it's pretty normal. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. This is a bit too much, I think. We always want to go to Ezreal, I think. I think this is more of an Ezreal angle. Keep getting griffins. I don't want any griffins. I mean, you definitely can. I feel like it's not going to be as optimal, probably. I think for group dungeons, you'll feel like it's not a problem when you have like at least one other DPS with you. And for stuff like Wilds and Molten Arena, it'll be a bit tricky at the beginning, but once you gear up, even because your class is not like a DPS oriented class, because they're low level dungeons, you'll get enough damage from just being geared by itself that it should be okay, I think. But if you're going to compare it to like other classes, it's going to be lesser, of course. But I think that like in group dungeons, then you'll have, I feel like you'll probably be fine. Because then the dungeons won't feel as slow, I think. Oh, I forgot to. No wonder I do no damage. I got a reset. Let's do 70. Let's do 50 stamina. Rest into deck, into strength. No wonder we do no damage. So the can ones, these are used for crafting the weapons. So if I want to get Lusaka weapons, for example, you can also drop Lusaka weapons directly, of course. But if I don't drop something or I don't get the one I want, with 20 hearts and some scrap, I can make the weapon as well. So when you get dungeon quest items, it's usually for crafting. The ones in like Ezreal and Forsaken Tower, you can use to exchange for like a pet. So you can use the blue crystals to get, for example, a baby yeti or something like that. We got another ticket. Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to get more damage, I could also just use the strength. Because I'm going full defense on my rings and jewelry at the moment. 20 stamina and defense here, so my damage is going to be a bit lower than on average. So that's also something to consider, of course. Yeah, dismantling is mostly just turning items into scrap. I think there's not that many other things you get from dismantling specifically. It basically just turns anything you can dismantle usually just turns into scrap, I think. And even like extra hearts, for example, you can also turn them into scrap as well. So if you don't need them anymore. And scrap is used as a general crafting ingredient in lots of things. Weapons, armors, modifications, jewelry. So it's always going to be relatively useful, I think. The value of the scrap itself will just kind of depend on so the nice thing is once you're level 60 master, all your level up rewards, they happen again. So we're gonna get all of these. You're gonna get the pizza again, you get the ticket again. I mean, you do get the quest item again, so it's kinda, you can just delete those, I guess. You've got the eels again, the tokens. All of this you'll get it a second time. Except for these, this is high level stuff, of course. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty happy. There's like more variants, I think, in Emerald. Like, it's gonna be the case that some things are gonna feel more powerful than others, but that's kind of part of the whole server. There'll be just more variants about things. As long as a class has like some good points and some purposes and some weaknesses, it's okay if they're not the best at everything or like weaker in certain things. So that's something to keep in mind, but I feel like it adds something. I can't. Okay. How much does my skill actually do? My defense breaker. Okay. That's mostly a debuff skill or anything. Okay, we're getting hit by like the damage debuff of being too low level, so that's why my damage is kinda poopy. So we need to get above that threshold and it should be better again. We're just doing the lazy leveling now because I feel like AoE is too much effort. But yeah, is there anything else you guys are curious about or wondering? Because probably going to wrap up the stream pretty soon. Probably because I'm jumping off soon, I think, so that's why I'm not going to use any more scrolls at the moment. So I'm just kind of hanging out here, seeing if there's anything else you guys want to know. If not, probably going to wrap up and get this on YouTube. Maybe trim the beginning a little bit so there's no like 30-minute wait time there, but yeah. I think we got pretty far in the 4 hours that we've played. But getting to 120 Masters is going to take another like 4 hours at least, so I'm not going to do that now. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do one tomorrow, but maybe next week again. We'll see, depending on how it goes. I got some things to work on to adjust. So... And of course doing some balancing checks in between as well with the other people. No, we got a new guy. So... Yeah, it's a pretty good turnout as well. Like I think the other streams we had like 30 people still watching by the end of the stream, and those lasted like 2 hours, only 2.5 hours really. And these ones we still have 40 people watching even after 4 hours, which is pretty impressive. So happy with that as well, that everyone's still here. How long it takes? It's a bit hard to say because the amount of EXP a egg gets is dependent on the monster level. So at lower levels your egg will hatch pretty slowly, but once you're at like 120 monsters, it'll go pretty quickly, at least from egg to D, but then as it goes up in level it gets slower and slower. But I think I've hatched like 4 or 5 pets from D from egg to D, because I have 3 in my inventory, and then I killed like 2 or 3 of them already. So I've gotten like 5 pets in the last 4 hours or so. So it's not that bad. Battle Pass? No, I don't have any plans to add like a Battle Pass system at the moment. I don't really feel like building any more custom features like that for the server. Unless it's really like something I'm interested in to like try out, but Battle Pass kind of system is just like a generic pay for more items kind of thing, which, you know, it has some interesting things with the missions and whatnot, but it's not something I'm looking for in the server at the moment. Because I still want to keep it like as close as possible to the original Emerald as well, just with like improvements and stuff. So not too wildly different, I guess. Level 69, alright, I think that's a good place to call it a night, I think. we've gotten pretty far. Seen a lot of things. That's pretty fun, I think. If you get some more gear, I think the 1v1ing should be pretty fun as well, but the AoEing is really the strength, and also the tanking of the AoEs is really nice with all the bonuses and defensive bonuses, so that's definitely fun. Alright, well, thank you all for joining, and I will be uploading this stream to YouTube in like a couple of hours because it takes a while to download and upload, but yeah, that's it for me, I think. Thank you all for hanging out, and we'll see you in the next one, whenever that will be. Bye bye.